Hello. Hello, everyone. That's the wrong thing again. Sorry. There we go. How's it going, Monday, people? Happy Monday, Esper, Soul Samurai, Easy MK, Jamun, how's it going? I hope everyone's doing well today. I'm excited to continue this wondrous, beautiful journey. What are you talking about, Jamun? Are you talking about Pokemon? I have not heard that. I have not heard that at all. That's cool. Ramuki, how's it going? And Baguk, thank you so much for the 6 months. Excuse me. The 6-month resub. Thank you so much, Baguk. Don't know if a mod is in chat just yet. I don't think so. So you can just let me know what you want that to go towards if you want it to go towards something. Thank you so much. It's great assuming it's true. Yeah, that is cool. I've never been the type of person who cares too much about exclusives, but I mean, hey. I think that's good. Just generally good design, I guess? I don't know. That's cool. But yes, today we will be continuing through Case 3. It was a bit too long to finish it in one stream last time, but we're going to be finishing it today. And I imagine starting Case 4. I'm not too sure. But yeah, let's get started. I had to kind of remind myself a little bit about the case. I might be forgetting some things, but I'll learn as we go. Hey, Trish. How's it going, Trish? Okay. So this is what we suggested. I paused specifically on this screen to remind myself of what happened at the end of the last time. So perfect. Put it towards anything in my preference. Perfect. Thank you, Baguk. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. Oop. Oh, that's good, Trish. Very nice. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Oh, yes. Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat at the roof that testified afore. I wonder if they'll someday make a full voiceover of the Ace Attorney games? That would be cool. I actually thought that this game, because of the opening cutscene, was going to be fully voiced. In which case I was like, what? Damn, I can rest my voice, that's cool. But that's okay. I love the cutscenes, and I like reading them too. But yeah, that would be cool. Said nothing of the victim fallen through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case as of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. All right, the jury. These two chaps on the roof. You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Okay. Hold it. Just what are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter. Whoa, 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 whoa. He said, you rotter. What are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. It would lower the barrier for entry for sure, Ramuki. That was an amazing animation. I need to see that again. Yeah, perfect. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and a well-respected banker, and me, a very angry hatter. Hey, Horns fans, how are you? Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts, it's a disgrace, it's scandalous, I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too, about you, you rotten scoundrel. Interesting. Order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. Twerks angrily, yeah. This is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. Oh, very nice, Horns fan. That's nice on a Monday. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment? Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to... It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. Yes, and last stream we realized a little bit of racism, as would be expected for this sort of time period. The judge, I think, is the worst. He's the biggest offender. Hey, Tower von Bonsai. I am. I'm very much enjoying the case. I can't wait to see how it ends. Just a little whittle, yeah. A teeny bit. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. Hey, Offie Burger. It's going very well. How's it going with you? I'm never bad on an Ace Attorney Monday. Oh, is it in the real world of trials, Esper? I did not know that. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt, or intimated their criminal guilt. In their British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. Oh yeah, Offie, I'm gonna definitely finish this case today. I don't know if I'll be able to finish it and also start the next one, depending on how long it is. I assume I will have time, but we'll see. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it as once. Oh. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? Hopefully, Offie. I hope so, too. Accordion. How's it going? I need Susato to Susato take down Van Zeeks. He deserves at least 4 of them. He does. And the number's climbing. The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. Epic. Cool, Esper. Thanks for the details. This is the 4th day in a row. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Shensha. And this is my 4th day in a row streaming, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Holy crap. How's it going, antagonist? Oh, that's hilarious, Horns fan. I hope you enjoyed it. A couple of people were asking me about the VOD, which is unfortunate, because I did my best to remind people, like, and give notice that there would not be a VOD, but obviously it slips through the cracks a little bit all the time. There's always going to be some people for whom it didn't reach, so... But I'm glad it reached you. They're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Well, I'm glad to help with that, antagonist. Crap, I went past that. I didn't mean to. I was looking at the chat. Okay. History? Here we go. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Okay. Ryujin Hawker. I don't know if you do something similar where you live, but in the UK Parliament, speaking MPs refer to each other as the Right Honourable Gentleman whilst Parliament is in session. So this learned friend stuff is pretty on brand. Cool. Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. But that's cool. I'm glad that it's very authentic. And glad to hear it, Clown Black. Persona's good at a lot of things. Great at many things as well. Chief among them is the music. So if I put you on one thing about Persona, I'm glad it was that. Yeah, Canada has a lot of colonial ties. We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. Let me twerk. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Okay. Okay. I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other excuse me. Noticing forthwith. Excuse me, sorry about that. That's right, you see. The amount of hat adjusting almost irks me. We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? Huh? According to investigation by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. This is juror number 3, the fan favorite. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. Base juror. Beautiful. So why do I feel so uneasy? Oh, he was the one licking the knife, right? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Okay. See, the way he weirds that, the way he words that, excuse me, is weird. Dead or alive? Oh, what do you say there? Unless you were colluding? Hey Santi, how's it going? Kurtman, how's it going? Hi, I hope you're doing well. Gonna be lurking whilst playing Shadowbringers. Just want to say you've been knocking out the park with the past few streams. Thank you, Kurtman. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. It's been a bit of a grind unintentionally, but I'm enjoying it, so I'm glad you are too. Okay. So, how are you enjoying this compared to the original trilogy? I'm enjoying it generally. Like, I don't have the investment with the characters that I had by the end of the original trilogy, but we're still very early in, right? I imagine we're third case of 10, so it's still early. So I don't have that emotional investment yet, but the characters have so much promise. I'm enjoying the music more. I'm enjoying the setting more. Like, there's much more of a setting focus. The presentation's improved. You know, overall, if I'm comparing this to this point in the original trilogy, I'm enjoying it a bit more, to be honest. There isn't any characters with the quality of Edgeworth or Godot yet, but I think we can get there. Okay. Love to see it. Yeah, me too. Oh. Isaiah got the good old Twitter follow. I forgot I still had that. Okay, Isaiah, just DM me just to remind me, and I'll do that after stream. Oh, God, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to press the first one. So you had never met the Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, Lum? No. Not once, never. You never met with a man before, he said. Never. Okay, what is going on here? And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either. That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this?
Well, no.
Neither of us have... Oh, okay. The remotest connection to the gentlemen who are inside the cabin. Okay. What say you?
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Yes, counsel? What can I be doing you for? No, Santy. That tends to be just for yourself. Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now? I wonder. Oh, I love McGilded. The music? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay. It has been too long, so it has. Yes, I did, Esper. I watched it on stream yesterday. Okay, no worries, Isaiah. That should work too. Hey? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. Right. True, yes. I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well, now. Is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another. It was awesome, Esper. It was really good. I shed a couple tears. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What did you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there hat's sliding about your head, as antagonist hates. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. To find the perfect fit. The perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers such as Thrice-Fired Mason. Ah! There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence afore, my lord. Oh, this you mean. I can't help thinking that the poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh. That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem like the brickmaker was a customer of yours. And you got to hydrate right away. Perfect. Thank you, Isaiah. The sort of customer I'd wager you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. It is a huge mug. It's my gigantic Monday Canada mug. I like that McGilded is actually a pretty smart defendant and steps in to help out Ryu with his logic. Me too, Accordion. Like, in that way, I can't remember a defendant quite like him. So he already distinguishes himself. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. Oh god. You little weasel. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded certainly has been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Oh my goodness, thank you! Thank you, Citrica, for gifting 3 subs to Jay Dewey, Dan Bat, and Non the Con. Please enjoy that if you got one. Thank you, Citrica. I really appreciate it. I was gifted a sub during the One Piece stream, so I wanted to give back. Perfect. Very nice of you. Thank you very much. You can let us know if you want that to go towards something. But I appreciate it. Please, don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings. Thank you, Shadow Roamers. Okay. It was shut the entire time. I don't think that's true, actually. I think the Skylight was open. Top of the morning to you, Shadow Roamers. Are you quite sure about that? That the Skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. It's shut now, just like it was on the night. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it, still and all. What? Yeah, the defendant, McGilded, is just going off. Just looking at the size of the ting, you understand. Now you hold there a minute, sir. The size of the ting means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here. Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? Hey, NL. I'm glad you're able to catch it. I hope you've been well. Oh, okay, I'm switching between them. I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind, loudly. I shocked myself with it. Could you imagine that? As it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is I tried to open the Skylight. I see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went red as rouge, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? No, sir. The point is, the Skylight can't be open. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame.
That ain't...
Shame. Okay.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? I still can't do her accent. Miss Lestrade! It opens. Huh? The Skylight. That's what we're talking about, right? All of them Skylights open, dead easy. What is she doing? More easily than you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, Have I heard this song? I'm not sure. You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. That's definitely me when I take out a gun in court. It's her theme. We've pretty sure we've heard it before. I guess my mind is slipping with all the peak fiction music. Van Zeeks has drunk from his Hallow Chalice, yes. My reaction to that was something. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags, and I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out my ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not form to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop up the bus and leg it. So what I did was use the Skylight, open the catch, and jump right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them Skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. Okay, so it opens from the roof deck. They are. The music is amazing, Bonsai. Bailiff! Climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify the witness's claims. Goats always do be drinking. I do agree, Offie. Oh, my hat! See? We just wield weapons in this courtroom. Order! It appears that the street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The Skylight opens, and from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been waiting for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yeah, I totally agree, NL. Like, Great Ace Attorney so far has done so many interesting things already with making cases more dynamic. Making them more variable and doing all sorts of interesting things with them. There isn't a set template for them. So the Skylight opens. Trish is drinking? Perfect. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Okay. Okay, so that was telling us to take a look at it, right? So the Skylight was fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone, so we should be able to open it. Okay. Oh, do we look there? You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Okay. Oh, God! So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, wonderful view of... Wait, hold up. There's blood! Is there not blood right there? Hello? The switch to 3D was so seamless in The Great Ace Attorney. I love how fluid the characters' movements are. Exactly, like, I made the comparison last stream or maybe the stream before, that, like, if you compare transitions from 2D to 3D, like from Pokemon to this is a great example of how to do it while maintaining the boldness and flavor and identity of the original. And Pokemon is a bit of a messier example, you know? Hey, 2%, how's it going? You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, there's a lamp. What? What? There's blood! There's blood! Okay. Yeah, it's definitely a gradual start in that way, Offie. But I dig it as well, because it's like they don't sacrifice the storytelling for that. Okay. Can we look inside this? Can we look up? Because there's blood. Look. It's right there. It does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? What? What is it? Look, just here. Look at this. That's without question. It's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Oh, really, Horns fan? Yeah, it was late this week. Or this past few days, surely. It can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Okay. Interesting. Okay. I'm starting to think so as well, Trish. Okay, so I think that's probably all we can do here. As everyone in the courtroom just watched us examine this thing while First was twerking the entire time. It was shut the entire time. We couldn't possibly have opened it. Well, I think that blood is not helping you much with that. Oh, is this the proof? Is that the proof we've been waiting for? Fuck First. Okay, well, I think this is the proof, right? It just got updated, so. Oh, no.
Objection!
Objection. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. The first is inoffensive for me. Not to be a Debbie Downer. Oh, yeah. I'll wait until they releases Remiki. I'll be buying it either way, so we'll see. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. The angry twerking saves him for me. Fair. Fuecoco is cute. What? That's utter humbug. Ugh, you can't possibly have any evidence. I just did. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do what I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel? My lord? Oh, me too. I love the strings so much. They're my favorite thing about the soundtrack. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves that they fell. Okay. Right there. What? Oh, I didn't. Oh, God. Okay. Okay. Present. Got it! By Jupiter, is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, I love the shuffling through the papers animation for him. Because it's not... there's an element of... He's not an expert in this, which is why he shuffles through all of them. It's a bit unorganized. Or, it's a bit organized, but it's a bit less, instinctual. So I really like it. It's a nice bit of characterization. Quite a bit of characterization in just one animation. The victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. It would have antagonist, but Friday was kind of a legendary one. My lord, that is just wine. Yeah, exactly, MK. The sprites, like so much characterization packed into and personality packed into the sprites and expressions and animations. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of the crime. No! Yeah, I get that, Offie. I need to hear it a bit more before concluding, but I get what you mean.
Hold it!
Hold it? But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. There's no other and it found its way to that one particular spot on the Skylight? Sure, and that would be very convenient. There's no other spatter anywhere else. There's no chance. And let's keep it in mind that the Skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? Damn straight, Andres. That was going. But there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the Skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the first floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? This is all too plain if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all lies. My fellow jury members. I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I'm assuming we're gonna have these 6 jurors for every case, but I don't know. Hold it! I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I will not tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us the delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. Really? On 3 then, everyone. 1, 2... 3...
Objection!
Oh, there are new ones every case? That's a ton of members. Okay. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks? A bloodstain on the frame of the Skylight? 2, 3, and 6 are my favorite. My favorite so far is 3, and maybe 2. I don't know. Do they have a juror who just wants to go home? Maybe in the future they will. So far, no. Such evidence is null and void. Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. That would be really cool, Andres. And that would be very meta as well. So, is he saying that someone planted it during the commotion?
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see. It's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can say with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage! At least not until this trial began. What? Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeeks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session... What? Challenger approaching. Forgery! Imagine in all our past cases we could just say, this evidence never existed, right? What a palaver? I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your stand-in, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. Oh, me too. Van Zeeks' point is amazing. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Do you think Mr. McGilded... Do you think McGilded would be a better Twitter CEO? Well, I sure as hell know he wouldn't have done that thing with the blue tick marks. He's doing the thing. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. He's one of your favorites, Soul Samurai? Very nice. I like him too. We'll see how it concludes to see how much I like him, but I chose your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. God, this piece of shit. Tut-tut, Lord Van Zeeks, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, Counsel? No! Oh, drippiest prosecutor? I don't know, Godot was kinda dripped. Zeeks feels like the kind of man who never truly loses. Like Pariston, that's a good example. I miss Godot as well. The blood on the Skylight didn't exist, you say? But if you will cast all your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there had been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Because there was that commotion, right? Isn't that right now? Isn't that right now, Counsel? No, not exactly. It's true, the omnibus has been in full view the entire time before it's been in session. Am I just making up that there was a commotion? Am I just making that up? My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. There was? Okay, good. Fair, Offieberker. Whether you pick Godot or Van Zeeks, I don't think there's a wrong answer in terms of drip. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think. Yes, it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. Okay, English professor sounding ass. There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh, good gracious. Explain yourself, Counsel. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Are we getting his respect a little bit? Deceit. I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Okay, yeah. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos... Yo, the 360! It could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus! Oh, me too. Are you wise? I love it as well, Offie. Like, the same reasons I was talking about with Ryu's, I guess, animations. There's so much personality packed into what Van Zeeks does as well. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gouger? Excuse me. Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. Wow. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Yo, this is crazy. Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. That definitely felt like a slur. Big time. I felt uncomfortable saying that. Inconsistencies such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. Yep. Nothing. It was full of the driver's items, but now there's nothing. And the blood in the skylight. That wasn't in... Okay. I'm just reading what's been told to me, Trish. Gouger is a person who swindles you by means of deception or fraud. Okay, that's fair. That's fine. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zeeks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. True! The judge okay, I thought they were going to lean into just him saying it because he said it. But the judge actually was doing his job there? Oh yeah, I know you're kidding, Trish. No worries. That's true. When the omnibus first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty, but I think our vampire friend is going to have something to back himself up. If this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Oh, is that right, Ramuki? Santa Judge is surprisingly wholesome. Yeah, aside from the weird racist overtones at the beginning, he's been good. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything unusual about the omnibus? Anything else? Okay, the answer is yes. I don't remember. I don't know why, but we'll stumble into it like always. My lord? Yes, counsel? There's one further inconsistency. Oh, wait, no, wait. I think I remember what it was. I think I remember it. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. I think the blood, right? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me... He called me a maggot? It seems the price for a slightly more competent judge is that he's also slightly more racist? Yeah, I guess so. Them's the breaks. Silence, McGilded! The court awaits the defense's clarification. The trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial? So that was there already? This was not here, I don't think. Because this is the victim's bloodstain. So... Were they inside during the whole time? Did they get wounded? Well, it's this. Got it! Maggot McGilded. Hey, Weaver, this might be my favorite case of the first game, hard to say. Very nice. I'm enjoying it a lot. It doesn't have Herlock Sholmes, and it doesn't have, Cosma. Which means that the other cases had something that this one didn't. But this one has Von Zeeks. So... If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, now if there's a case in the future that has Herlock Sholmes and Von Zeeks, oh my goodness, it's over for me. It's over for me. You would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. Maybe Andres. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yeah, this case is a bit of an intro, for sure. And Cosmo, yeah, Cosmo will come back from the dead. They'll all come back together. I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. McGilded is good, for sure. Hey, Blue Dragonfly. Good morning to you. Although as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that the bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I'm doing well, Blue Dragonfly. One of my videos got blocked, which is a shame, but I'll re-upload it eventually, pretty soon. Other than that, very good Monday. Or whether it has been unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. My latest one, my Breaking Bad Better Call Saul top 10 characters one. Ah! Oh god. This trial is over. What the hell? Mr. McGill did. I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but... "'Tis all over now." No, actually, Andres, for one of the songs. YouTube can be a little shit a lot of times, but it's okay. I mean, that video is just dead now. I'm gonna re-upload it and no one's gonna watch it because most people who have watched it, who were gonna watch it, have watched it already, and then it won't go anywhere, which sucks. But that's how it goes sometimes. What's crazy is one of the songs for it got claimed like 10 minutes after I uploaded it, which just killed it immediately. And I didn't get any ad revenue from it, obviously. And then, like a day later, it got blocked. So I'm like, well... so quickly this morning before I started stream, I re-uploaded it, so it'll go up later this week, I guess. Thanks, Weaver. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. It's interesting how most of the prosecutors and defense lawyers would not say anything in this situation. It shows how Ryu values truth more. Yeah. It's interesting, because I remember Phoenix having a similar situation in maybe the second game. That was very interesting, and this is going sort of the other direction. The song was from Monogatari, Andres, so that was my fault for putting it in there. I don't know. For some reason, I'd never had problems with Monogatari songs on the main channel before, but this time I did, so it's something to know for the future. "'Tis all over now." But you're the defendant. "'Tis over, I tell ya." Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, 'tis all a nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there now. Oh my gosh. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nuts and Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. Huh. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. This is cool. At this moment of time, this particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? I don't know where he got the blood. And yeah, that's cool, Kay. McGilda genuinely believes that he's above the law, he's just been playing along. The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. This is interesting. I guess that is strange, Horns fan. Very well, in that case, as I believe we've explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilda will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? This is really interesting. Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies? He's been bitten by the lawyer bug. Yeah, Van Zeek's taking an L. Really interesting. He's got some rust after 5 years or whatever it was. It is really interesting, Kurtman. What parts are most interesting for you? Yeah, technology like photos could have really helped this. They have photographic prints, but it seems like there's a lot of, there's a bit of ceremony around it. Like, it takes a long time to develop, or special circumstances or something, so they can't just conveniently snap one. I don't really know. Either that or it's what Horns fan said. The loser of the Bailey. Oh, this... I've heard of the third case curse, and I get it. But this case has been very good. Most of the issues being brought up are still relevant to today's system in the UK. Ah. Very cool. They would need blood testing for the floor stain? Yep, true. Yeah, the third case of the second game? Oh, yeah. Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. What's he going to say here? Yes, my lord. The defense believes... What? What? Oh my gosh. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Murphy. It's clear which direction Ryu is leaning in. You know what? We're not a proper lawyer. We don't have to abide by those strict guidelines. And this is very in character for Ryu. The defendant could be guilty. I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he's innocent. Good gracious me. This is crazy. Order! This is unprecedented behavior, Counsel. I think the lack of photos of the crime scene shows how underdeveloped forensic analysis was at this point. They have photos of some things but not others. They probably just thought they could preserve it in seed. Yeah, exactly, Accordion. It really ties into the setting well. But also just seeing how limited things were in the past and how we've made advancements in various fields that help both sides of the courtroom in today's modern system, even if they're not used to their full effectiveness. Gotcha, Kurtman. It's an interesting balance of those two, isn't it? A lot of these issues still plague us today, even though lots of things have progressed. A defense lawyer calling in the accused's innocence into question? Are you of sound mind? Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't quite expect such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Wow. Tossing money. Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how do you put it now, nothing more than a formality. Wow, this is crazy. He laughs. He laughs theatrically in front of the whole courtroom. I really don't know what to make of all this. I will say, with regards to what MK's saying, with regards to the first 3 cases of their respective series, I definitely like Ryunosuke Naruhodo more than Phoenix. More than I liked Phoenix. And I liked Phoenix. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. Oh, me too, Soul Samurai. That's cool. The stinking rich are always guilty of something. Mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Now that proceedings have unfolded this way, I'm compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, that's wild. The court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. Will he be back? I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection.
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain is in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. I like this case a lot too, Gemon. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord? He just failed. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord. Wow, this is crazy. I was not expecting this at all. This is like a Togashi anticlimax.
Objection.
But wait, and Ryu is just frantically fighting with all he can for his morals. Do I think McGilded is guilty or not? I don't really know. He's acting very sus, but at the same time, the witnesses were acting very sus too. We were kind of honing in on them, or narrowing in on them, and they were getting really nervous. I honestly have no clue. Oh yeah, the judge is absolutely right. The judge is absolutely right, Luis Felipe. The great ace attorney is the hunter of gaming? I mean, there's a parallel there. I love how Van Zeeks takes us all on the chin. He doesn't get mad or anything. Yeah. I think he himself feels like he's failed. My gut feeling? I don't have a gut feeling. Initially, my gut feeling was that that McGilda might have been guilty. But then I started thinking about the witnesses. So, okay, I guess I do have a gut feeling. It was that McGilded was guilty. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean this is to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? Honestly, the scene of McGilda just laughing, arms outstretched, just laughing maniacally to the courtroom, that was so raw. That was so sick. Amazing, amazing moment. 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. McGilded kind of raw. He's right there laughing in their faces, but they still can't lay a finger on him. Exactly. Exactly. God, it's so cool. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. Confetti! I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent. Do you guys think AJ could get away with murder in the Ace Attorney world? Hell no. I'm not capable of murder. And if I did it, I'd just break down. My psychological state would give me away right away. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. No one's clapping. Beautiful. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. Wow, this is so interesting. The mod team would make sure you get away with it? True, I do have my mod team. Don't give me away, Ramoki. Yeah, Ryunosuke's having a rough start to his career. I love it, though. It's really... I didn't expect that at all. That certainly was a long trial. Yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. Your face is not telling me that. Okay, now it is. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Susato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Oh my god. Who indeed, Shadow Roamers? Mr. McGilded. This is so cool. Now this theme of his, because this is McGilded's theme, right? Is very sinister. It feels very dark and ominous and menacing and sinister. Wow, 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 wow. This game, guys, this game is very good. Mr. McGilded. And that girl's with him, too. Well, it seems the stories are true. What stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Media of the Year. Step aside, Elden Ring. Because I will say God of War Ragnarok is probably not shoving Elden Ring out of its spot, so we got Great Ace Attorney for that. Yeah, the circus music. Yeah, very ironically sinister. I totally agree. I'm enjoying it thoroughly, MK, and I'm glad you're enjoying my playthrough of it. Whenever I play games blind, I love having diehard fans of the game in chat. Yeah, the game's just getting started, too. I'd heard there was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Throw wide the gates. Well, of course, Shadowbringers, too. Shadowbringers is a given. Kinda fucked when you realize that McGilded was basically been running the trial in your shadow the whole time. Every time we needed something to open holes in Van Zeek's case, he stepped in with some convenient new info that saved our butt. True! Crap. No, back. Throw wide the gates. So Shadowbringer 0, Elden Ring or Great Ace Attorney 1 and 2, in some order. Thank you, Weaver. And thank you, MK. He does have that Master of Ceremonies look. Yeah. Thank you for the hydrate, Nokato. This game is so good, I could not stop myself from marathoning through it in a week. It's really good. People have been kind of sussy with Ragnarok lately. How do you feel so far? It's, honestly, the beginning bits, there was some very good stuff in there that really hooked me, but I played a couple, 2 or 3 hours since then, and to be honest, lately I've not been, I'm not enthralled with it. It's not really grabbing me narratively or in gameplay terms. But, I mean, I'm not going to drop it. God of War Ragnarok is an excellent game where every section is 33% too long. True. It does get better by a lot narratively. I hope so, yeah. Like, I'm 5 hours in or so? 5.5 hours. And I've done a bit of side stuff, a bit of exploring, but mostly the main narrative. It hasn't really grabbed me by the, it hasn't really hooked me yet. But, hey, I'm still gonna play it. And yeah, it's been hand-holding me through puzzles. For sure. The main narrative hooks come in like hour 8, so I got like 3 hours for that to happen. We'll see. I'm sure it improves. It's just a bit slow to start. Oh, I like the first game a lot. I gave it like one of the strongest 8s ever, NL. Every puzzle, most puzzles. Not really, Jamon. I don't really know. I haven't played yet, so I don't have a preference for them. Let's go, okay, let me answer you, Jamon. Let's go with the apple crocodile. Fuecoco, that's it. I haven't watched many of the trailers, but yeah, Fuecoco. Thank you, Mr. Wolfos. Yeah, I'm pretty much completely blind as well. I don't know anything about the games. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then? I don't think it was much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in my head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Wahaha! 'Tis water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. He's not so straight, though? Well, hey. But there's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and obstinate deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have, after all. I do be providing a great number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Arrah! Be whist. You're a humble people, are you? You from the East? Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. I like Susato a lot. Everything's ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me to the courtroom. Into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again, now. Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now, but as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing me best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. No, he doesn't, Andres. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Chill, 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 chill. Don't move! Whereas I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? And I hate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Naughty running off like that. I don't know what's going on here, but... Whoa. It was episode 236 AD. I like the song. I thought it was goofy at first, and it is goofy, but intentionally so. And I like the spirit of it. There's a bit of emotion in it as well. Yes, I saw it, we were... Interesting song, I like it. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ah! Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Urgh. Excuse me, but who are you? I see where this is going. Where's it going, Andres? I can't. Good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. How's it going, Wolfman? How's it going, Cage? I don't think I said hi. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though, at all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment while I was changing into a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I filled it with smoke. Hold on. What did she say? With a telegraphic beacon. What's it? What? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. What? You mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. It will make even more sense later on. The song, MK? An adult? I don't listen to adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Cool. Because the song's really interesting, because you can hear the technological bits to it. There's some effects in the song. Like that. Like that right there. And it's very high tempo and poppy. Or not poppy, but just high tempo, and which you can immediately see why. But there are some notes in the strings that feel emotional to me. I knew you'd do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. Like right here. This part sounds a little emotional to me. We'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm sorry for all the fuss. God, this soundtrack is so good. She was a lively one. Do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now, too? Oh, and another amazing song right away. You're right, but where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry, though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. A park? Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. This part. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room, or mansion. It's a beautiful song. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. So this means that he'll get it, though. He'll be determined worthy. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Oh, what the hell?
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there. Oh.
The hell kind of grunt was that?
This can't be.
This can't be. Van Zeeks? Oh, look at him. Look at that character model. Who was inside that? Hello, Hannah. Who was inside? That was crazy. I was hoping to hear Estinian just now. They're saving it, I guess. Episode 4, The Adventure of the Clouded Kokodo. Okay. Let's get into it. I could end stream. Kokodo? Oh boy. I kid. Yeah. Well, I gotta continue at least a little bit longer because Hannah just got here. Case 4, time for one of my favorite characters.
Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction. That there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Guys, this game is so good. I just got home grocery shopping, but do I order food? Yes. You deserve it. Did you... What is this? It seems that people think this case is lame. I couldn't disagree more. The character and thematic coalescing in this case is amazing. People think it's lame? That's too bad. I will say, first impressions over the opening 1 minute. It's looking good. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace, and with all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of night. This and 1 and 2 are the weakest cases by a lot of people's opinions. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Beria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I want Herlock Sholmes back. I want him back. Thank you. Now I need to figure out what to have. Give me 3 options. Give me 2 or 3 options, Hannah, and I'll tell you my opinion. This case about to be the Stormblood of the Great Ace Attorney 1. As long as it has a Gosetsu, I'm okay with it. This case is slow, not lame. We shall see. We shall see. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. That was a cute animation. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, the dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I'm sorry. Never mind, we must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Yeah, Susato is big mom energy here. Like, budgeting. London is a scary place. Ah, good morning to you at this early hour. Is it him? The dude? Yep. Yes, well... Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Susato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into the British courtroom practices. Oh yes, it was very eye-opening, thank you. Yeah, hi, past Gantz. What do you think of Strongheart? I don't have strong thoughts on Strongheart. It's hard to make any conclusions given what we've seen so far, but he seems pretty cool. He seems pretty cool, Weaver. Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. I've already been apprised of events. Oh, I love that string there. Is that a cello? That might be a cello. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. That was not intended, Esper, but I will have stronger thoughts on Strongheart later, I imagine. Choice number 1, Hannah. As long as it's within... As long as your, like, price isn't a factor. Or Nando's. Oh. I would love some Nando's, but that's because I haven't had it in, like, 6 months. No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. One thing I like, Weaver, about the presentation of Strongheart is this. He's very imposing. The birds flying away in the back with his arms outstretched. This, you know, iron, very stoic courtroom. I think it all contributes to an aura of oppressive strength, pardon the pun, and power for him. Cheeky Nando's with the lads. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. I'm not racist like the judge. Thank you very much, so I'm a lawyer now. Whoa, okay. Okay, let me just read this thing that Hannah redeemed. A cheeky Nando... That was already horrible. A cheeky Nando's is, you know, when you go downtown with the lads and you realize you're Hank starving, you're Hank Marvin, so you say, lads, let's go Mackers? But your mate Smithy, aka the Bantosaurus Rex, has some moolah left on his Nando's gift card, and he's like, mate, let's have a cheeky Nando's on me. And you go, Smithy, my son, you're an absolute ledge. And so you go have an extra cheeky Nando's with a side order of top quality batter. I'm so sorry. I like Strongheart a lot too, Kay. Let's just imagine that I didn't do that. Nailed it. You're welcome, Hannah. Now in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Throw wide the gates. Throw wide the gates. Hopefully that's better, Andres. Thank you, Trayla. Another case already. Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. Get Hannah to say call cool. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? Oh, he knows. He knows big time. Call cool. I don't know. Given the choice, I'd rather my voice sound like you, Hannah. Yeah, so Strongheart is aware of how Ryu feels about this. And McGilded was kind of mocking. Not kinda, he was big time mocking. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, it's just that I never managed to ascertain this truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded... What?! That was him?! Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He was set up too much as a villain. There were too many hints to us continuing that with him later. With Van Crees? No. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. His laugh to the courtroom? There's no way he dies like that. No. What? Mr. McGilded is dead? Nice touch. Yeah, I don't buy it just yet. Leaving like McGilded? God damn it, Trish. See you, Trish. Have a good one. The birds are very subtle, yeah. I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. He's coming back, Offie. I don't understand what happened. How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. I saw someone dying, and I'm like, I just totally ruled him out, because that didn't seem... What the hell? Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime in which Mr. McGilded has been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. We've got 2 people in line for resurrection now. Well, Kazuma's gonna play a role somehow, maybe through flashbacks, or... I don't know, hopefully. But Kazuma I know is dead. Him, I'm not convinced he's dead. Yet. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already... The police have identified a corpse inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGilded. That's awful. The man must have slipped inside while the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. How could that have happened? That is also being investigated. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Wolfman, I wasn't saying he'd be resurrected. I'm saying that I don't think that I'm not sold that he's dead. As in, that may not be him. Well, I must be making tracks now. Yeah, okay. An inspection of the omnibus. To my knowledge, I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. Oh. Who is he talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough examination, or investigation. This matter is no longer of any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Yeah, I think so too, Andres. Poor Mr. McGilded. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? R.I.P. Bozo? Honestly, I'd be disappointed if he died there, because he had really good potential as a character. He was already a good one. I mean, it was wow. And, like, there were all these hints about, Von Kreese just saying, this isn't over. Like, they were very, oh man, I was so convinced. Oh, sorry, I said Van Kreese. Van Zeeks, yeah, sorry, I don't know why I changed his name. Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. Susato knows what she's doing. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. What? She just read my mind. This is very cool. I agree, Andres. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? Luffy as a lawyer, oh my god. That would be amazing, Shadow Roamers. He didn't do it. I just know. I don't need to know his history, but right now he's a good person. So I believe him. It was fortunate. That your first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? I agree, Kurtman. Susato read your mind in her book. Ah. Susato is all-knowing? I guess so. As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Yeah, Luffy as jury, that would be great. Gon as jury, that would be great. Usopp could maybe be a good lawyer. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? No. That's what I love about this. It's such an empty victory. Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. Exactly, Kay. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Yeah, sure, Sanji could be the judge. Antagonist, that would... I'm sure nothing bad could happen with that. Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me, it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. Right, nice? Yeah. I was thinking that exactly. In fact, this case is completely different. I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one's died as yet. And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. Okay, we got an investigation. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow. Is everything alright? Yes, I'm just a little confused. An investigation and a trial. Yeah, this is totally new ground. Oh, is Sanji with Dahlia? Sanji is dead. If he's a judge with Dahlia. Yesterday's trial was, well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out to being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Ah yes, I nearly forgot, there is one similarity with yesterday's case. The prosecution? Once again? Okay. There's currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. Well, at least you're self-aware, nice. Luffy's way of lawyering would be bailing the defendant out if it doesn't work in court. True. I mean, Enies Lobby? The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Again? Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Oh, I need Herlock Sholmes back ASAP. Your time is up. You have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There has been now 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time you mentioned 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. This defendant is also goated? Ooh, I can't wait. There is something I would like to ask you. What's that? Yeah, execution, but no one died. What the hell? I didn't even clock that, yeah. Yesterday you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I want him back, MK. Hey, Petrolito. How are you? I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma used to say that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself, and there's another thing. Oh. Another thing? Continue. On the way here on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. True! I'd forgotten about that. Something very important, and what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done. You're out of time. Well, thank you for the enlightening discussion. I suppose he would have done if he had ever made it to Great Britain. Which dead One Piece character would be Armia? There aren't many dead One Piece characters, given what I've read. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. Oh, I guess from flashbacks, yeah. Olvia, Belmare, I urge you both to focus your attention on the matter at hand. Herlock. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. Oh, yeah, we saw him. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. And he saw the burning carriage. How long has he been there? Pell, yeah, Pell, absolutely. So I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. Roger, true. There's something very important I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we'd better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. What is that? Are you eating chips? Oh. Oh yeah, fish and chips, got it. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Ah! Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Oh, too soon, Shadow Roamers. Okay. Why is everyone in this country so rude? Inaccurate representation of Britain. Cool theme, I like this one too. A little bit French. Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English eaten out of your hand, you know? I've not been across the sea at all, Andres. I've been down south. I've been to the States, I've been to, the Dominican Republic, the Bahamas. Have I been to the Bahamas? No, I don't think I have. Dominican, Central America, the States, but nowhere other than that. They should be even more rude. Susato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. Gregson. And because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. The way he's devouring those fish and chips is very accurate. Well, that's good. That is a fish. That's a fish and chip style, I guess. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Eh? Gregson is another named detective from Sherlock Holmes novel. Ah, okay. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't get a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable! How did you pull that off? So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Does his name mean something to her? Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? Munch Munch. You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato. But he's a London detective. I do know him, very well, in fact. I like the theme a lot, Mr. Wolfos. Once I have more context about the character, I think it'll hit even harder. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Herlock Crumbs? Oh, and that publication, what's it called again? Rants Magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful, friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't professional like me, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Hey, Mblood. Thank you so much for the 9 months. Thank you, that's a hell of a long time. Thank you so much, Mblood. Everything is going well, and I didn't react to 394 this week because it was late in translating, and I just didn't have time. I read it on my own time. I put that on my Discord, I believe. Is Maine's Joriarty in this? Not yet, but soon. Thank you again, Mblood, but this Friday, like always, as long as they translate it in time, we'll be back to regularly scheduled Hunter x Hunter streams. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments. That he's not, and thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that at the start I was a little flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the Yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it's not! There's nothing more sinister than the man on the streets. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. Do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't exactly catch what they're saying, but I know what folk are like. This guy would not have existed on YouTube. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. I get the feeling that this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people. Twitter would obliterate Gregson? Yeah. About the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the Yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, his fish and chips kill me. Arms crossed just has them there. It wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in a hospital unconscious. Despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? Okay, that makes sense. I suppose you could have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, would you? That's neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo, Queen. Brace yourself, Ryo. The criminal was arrested? Okay. Barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place. So there must have been something at the scene that led you directly to the culprit. Perhaps a reliable witness? Let me stop you right there. There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's... Oh, hell yeah! The prosecutor is Lord Barrick Van Zeeks. No! Sounds like you've heard of him then. He wants to redeem himself. We're very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Yep. Can you put the sub towards the Gus vid? Sure can. Thank you very much, Mblood. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. Actually, let me just quickly see if, let me see the log. Perfect, someone already did it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Santi. The Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barak Van Zieks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Zieks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. Yeah. Please continue playing this. The Reaper of the Bailey nickname. Every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. Oh, so that makes me think about McGilded now. He was not found guilty, but he was damned. Hey, Propincus, the ending of Case 3 was awesome. It was a really awesome anticlimax. I enjoyed it a lot. But now McGilded's apparently dead. AJ, do you give your Pokemon nicknames or no? Usually I do, yeah. But with new Pokemon games, I don't, because I'm not familiar with the names. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty. Is that it? Interesting. Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zieks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Yes, I will be playing the new Pokemon games, for sure. And what of it? Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. It was, Propincus. I was not expecting that at all. But I really liked it. I was saying the scene of McGilded, arms outstretched, just laughing at the courtroom, at no one can touch him, was super good. One of my favorite scenes in Ace Attorney. What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Exactly! That's what I was saying. Holy shit. Van Zieks, what are you doing? Yeah, McGilded went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Me too, MK. I'm really excited. I like this because we get so many undefeated prosecutors, but Van Zieks isn't that. Yeah, he's not undefeated at all. They just die. Look, if Van Zieks could get to the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. He truly is the Reaper of the Old Bailey. Oh yeah, Gemlin? Ball swipe Scrappy Pangoro for catching. Beautiful. Van Zieks' last words to McGilded were, "This is not over." True. Okay, that could be what he was referring to. Because I was assuming that would be a future case. But interesting oratorio. This is not over. He's not undefeated, but his win rate's very high. It's so good, Propincus. Hope you enjoy the VOD. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Right, well, I filled you in as requested and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place. That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can see the criminal himself. You branded him a criminal already. He's as good as. Shaken like a leaf in his cell, he is. I'll give you a chuckle, or it'll give you a chuckle if nothing else, huh? Yeah, someone's mentioned it, but yeah, thank you, Propincus. Very cool. I really love when Ace Attorney plays around with the relationship between attorney and defendant. Case 3 in particular feels similar to Ace Attorney 2-4, how our trust in the defendant is tested. Yes, I was mentioning that. that it reminded me of a case of Phoenix's relationship with that case, Offie Burger. Really interesting. This guy's messed up. Why would you say that? Well, I guess, okay, no, I know why he'd say that, but I'm immediately inclined to believe it's not as simple as this guy being automatically guilty, so we'll see. They put up Arcane for a game award? Well, damn. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Thank you. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. I talked about Strongheart a little bit earlier, Pro-Pinkist, but to sum up, I don't have much to say about him, but I really like his image as this strong, oppressive, powerful personification of British rule and power in the land, you know? He's tall, broad, arms outstretched, the birds behind him. He's very theatrical, but in a way that transmits this aura of stoicism and power that represents what they're showing us with the British judicial system really well, I think, and really fits in well with this courtroom as well. Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. So yeah, no really real conclusions yet on Strongheart, but I like him so far. Oh, MK, Arcane is amazing. He showcases the archetype very well, yeah. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. He's so heartfelt. If I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I'm gonna make some inquiries. Will you help? Yeah, great music as well. Do you really think you had to ask? Aww. After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes. Let's go. Cute. Very cute. Briar Road Prison. Go to the prison. So these are the British prison cells. They're ghastly. It feels like a dungeon. And having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. How's it going, Nora? Latest Bleach episode was the peakest of peak. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I don't know anything about Bleach except Chapter 1 stuff. But I may one day stream my read-through. So, there's that. Apparently, our client is in this cell here. But it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. Wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop idling at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat, as yet with no name? Hope you enjoyed the VOD, Nora. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 or Elden Ring? Which I like better? Is that what you're asking, Andres? Calling me by a number. It's utterly unbelievably unjust. Police outside. Unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Do Elden Ring. Andres, you beat it. You haven't even played Xenoblade. Mr. Naruhodo, what? My face when I'm not a cat. What do you think is going on here? Oh, god damn it, they caught me, Ramuki. I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Oh? Excuse me, but who? Shh, quiet! They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening, even now. I can sense it. Yeah, drive-through window in the prison. There you are! You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? What is going on? What? I love those little animations. The little things he's doing. He like tapped his shoulder. They didn't nominate Endwalker for score? I haven't even heard that, and I know it's blasphemous. Poor Soken. We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams! Forgive me for that outburst before, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Oh, I like the, what's that instrument? Is that a xylophone? Imagine it. It's been 12 months. Oh my god. This music. 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in a frightful fix in a foreign land. Oh, beautiful. Oh, these strings! The strings in this game, I'm telling you. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was, most monumentally moving moment! Who is this guy? Who could have guessed this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? If this wasn't motion captured, it's the best model animations I've seen for a game, even then I love all the animations. They're awesome. They're awesome. It's so good, MK. What compassion my fellow countrymen show to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon. First-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Me when I'm in a string competition and my opponent is Great Ace Attorney soundtrack? You lose. It's over. Why been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent. This guy. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Cute. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. This guy is not guilty. There is no chance this guy's guilty. I'm a lawyer, as you said. My name's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Thank you, Propinkus. I will continue as long as he does. And I am Naruhodo-san judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba, a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume. Saki Natsume. Sosaki. Okay. Sosaki feels like an OG Ace Attorney character with his weirdness. I love him for this. He's very over the top. Real life person? God, those strings are so smooth. So mournful almost. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Sosaki-san? Oh, really, Accordion? That's cool. I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Murder? Oh, no, no, it's all right. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Real-life author. Cool. He's a real-life... Okay, very cool. One of his novels is called Kokodo, hence the title of the case. Very cool. Thank you, guys. I always love seeing this historical context. Real-life person who had an absolutely miserable time in London? Oh, okay. It all makes sense. You saw the attacker? These animations are so good. It's so good. I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I would... Oh. You think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? Oh. It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. Sums up London, really. So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. Oh, I have to change my title for the stream. Case 4. His real-life counterpart has that mustache too. His family was totally fine with Capcom using his name as opposed to the Conan estate in Sherlock. Ah! I can't tell if that one instrument is a harmonica, accordion, or bagpipe, but it's probably none of the above. It sounds like it's... I was gonna say a harmonica or an accordion. Either way, it's beautiful, Adzil. I'm telling you guys, people sleep on this case. I believe you, Offie. Saki Natsume-san. What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see, a writer of haiku. I'm something of a nom de plume. You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No, don't be so prosaic. I'm much more refined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Glad to hear it, Kurtman. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this? It's beyond the pale. Suffer that misery. Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it? No. Haiku? What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably unjustable, unreasonable. Interesting, Propinkist. I see. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashi. English sucks. You must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, so I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. The dab. About the case. It was an accursed evening just after the snow had started to clear up and heavy with fog. Me too, Kingslayer. I only know American. The Soseki dab. I've been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Surely the bookshop... Sure the bookshop wasn't accursed, too. Sure the bookshop wasn't accursed, too. Excuse me. Yeah, I can't English either. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed on the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Oh, look at that. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. The terrified sprite, MK? I had to get away from there, so I ran as far as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. Okay. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English? As a young woman at that. I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anyone pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Great. Very relatable. So the victim was unknown to you. I like this guy. And there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? A conundrum? Who do we know is great at solving conundrums? Guys, I need Herlock. I need Herlock. Thank you, Shadowroomers, for gifting a sub to Clivesy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Put it towards Great Ace Attorney 2. You got it. I was just thinking about that, actually. It's made progress. What's it at? It's at like 20%? Yeah, after your sub, it'll be 20%. And I'll put mine towards it too. The one that was my choice. By the way, Citrica, if you're still in chat, you can put the 3 subs you gifted towards something. If you'd like. See you, Nora. What's the conundrum? Well, if what Soseki has told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did. Put them towards whatever you prefer? Okay. I might put them towards Great Ace Attorney then. Or my Gus video, one of those two. But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Ah! What did you just say? Yeah, maybe don't, you know, I love Ryu, but maybe don't say that out loud to your clients. Nothing, I didn't say anything. Perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right. It was him. The accursed great... Oh! Guys? Oh my god. Guys? The accursed great detective, he led the police to me. Of all the bad luck, accursed great detective? Could it be? Oh, I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness, it's him. It's him. Oh, okay. Brash, big-headed busybody, begone. May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock Sholmes. Soulless. Wait, I mean Herlock Sholmes. I love him. I can't believe how attached I am to him. Same thing happened to Ryunosuke in Case 2? True, yep. He did the exact same thing. I knew it! Oh, we need to talk to him. Where is he? Mr. Sholmes? Herlock Sholmes. That's the Herlock Sholmes experience, hell yeah. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. He just likes to arrest random Japanese people, I guess. Yeah. It was the morning after the nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me. This is the police, put the weapon down. Yes, it was a thin sliver. Oh my god. They thought his cheese was a weapon? Disgusting dietary discrimination, devils! You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. He's a German? That's the running gag. And there he was in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. The cat in Sosaki's I'm a Cat uses Wagahai to refer to itself. Oh, okay. Interesting stuff. Thank you. That's Herlock Sholmes. It's actually Herlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. I love this sprite from Sosaki. It's so dramatic. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me? This weak, stooped kitten of a man. I wonder what great deduction process led him to this conclusion this time. Oh, are we going to do a dual deduction again? Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. It's only natural. Thank you, Sarah. Welcome in, and thank you for the 10 months. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a lovely Monday. Thank you, Sarah. Of course you were, that's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign film flammery. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. True, Sarah missed the anime Van Zeke's cutscene. Good point. My mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. The next thing I knew, I was in manacles. Before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine? He's not fine now. It was awesome. Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh yes, all right, yes, they've really got to me. This country's poisoning my mind. Oh yeah, this is a humorous. It's generally humorous presentation, but seriously, what Shadow Rumor says is true. Imagine how scary it is to be interrogated in a language you can hardly, that you're not familiar with. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, why? Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student? I've defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who's supposed to be here. I'm sort of a locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake. I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before, when it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I miss Kazuma. Exactly, Kurtman. It must feel so isolating. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Sosaki-san. Anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say this man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. Wow. That's awful. Yeah, exactly, MK. Like, I still think that Kazuma's gonna have some impact somehow on the narrative. I don't know how, but I don't think he's coming back like Mia did. This is horrible. They're wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway across the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. Mia was, there are spirit mediums in the original Ace Attorney trilogy, Andres. I'll just say that. Lupin, how's it going? Yeah, we got Soseki. Welcome in. Hope class was good. So at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. There must be a lot of comfortability with that, given his experience. Come on, Ryu. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just that... Yeah, not really. Andres, not really. Give me a little time, please. Hmm? I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo. We have a case to prepare for. Alright. Yeah, we could go here. Oh, beautiful art. I love the art. Snow. Snow just gets me. Hey, it's Kagami. So this is where it happened, Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo, a snowman. Herlock, Herlock. Look at that regulation metal helmet, it's unmistakable. Kaniza? The men of Scotland Yard are here, they're investigating as we speak. Oh. Oh no. So you finally saw it, eh, Sarah? Yeah, I see it as well. It was so unassuming how that happened, so casual. I hope you enjoyed the end of the 4th season, Sarah. I love how you remember Kagami's name when he's not even present to cry tears of joy. Yep. But that is their job, you know? Thank you, Lupin Day. I hope you enjoyed the VOD. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet. Oh, he's so good, Sarah. The ending to season 4 is so good. Does one have to watch Better Call Saul before Breaking Bad before Better Call Saul? I would recommend so, yeah. What, the helmet? Of course. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your Hattie dreams come true. Oh, it's Gregson. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson. This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Of course, we're here to investigate. So you've been to the holding cells then. What do you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Dude. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Stone cold air of rejection. Hey, Darkness. It's going really well. I hope you're having a good Monday so far. Yes, those are chips. Nice. Those are fish and chips. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Darkness. I'm really sorry. Hope you enjoy the stream, at least now that you're here. More like the racist Ace Attorney. Oh, they're real easy in the oven? I always have enjoyed those sorts of chips. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you gonna defend him or not? Well, makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole. Well, we're not a London lawyer, are we? Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It is all a bit strange, though. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. He does have a funny head shape. I like it. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum, the master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones? His head looks like a thumb? It does. That's right, he handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. That's my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but he didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. It's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? There's gotta be more to it, some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are we really gonna have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it? It happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in hospital. I never said that she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. The Reaper is such a raw nickname. It's sick. And it's so appropriate for him. Are you sure? It's yard policy to give lawyers, defendants, suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. Isuka and Van Zeeks? I get you, Andres. I get you. Anyway, as far as we know, there's no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less. Ah! It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There were witnesses now? Oh, really, Jamun? Yeah, I'm not familiar with UFC. Who are these witnesses? A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Ah, a policeman. That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked? Nothing peculiar about that, man. Part and parcel of being a bobby, excuse me. Catching them, banging the act and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? You might guess you can ask him what you'd like in court tomorrow. Oh, I have no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand. A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. One more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect? I hear that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The colors drained from his cheeks. Me when I'm the sewer. Fuck, what the fuck? Very nice, MK. Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. Fiddle faddle. The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh, I don't know where he gets his info from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibble gabble. Ever seen this before? That's Rant's magazine. It includes several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Herlock Sholmes tale at all. Oh, he means business big time. Yeah, leave him alone. He's just doing his stories. I suppose there is an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frummed by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly the great detective and police have a complex relationship. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. I think that's pretty natural, Wolfman, to be taking... it can be hard when someone doesn't love a series as much as you do. Okay. And you know, I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Bobby's hard going, I can tell you. Really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yup. Raps on their window with a long pole. Did it myself, going back a bit. I like Susato fangirling. It reminds me of, some of the things Maya did. I had no idea. The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Yeah, Maya was a bit of a fangirl about certain things throughout the trilogy. Let me see. 20 miles, it's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot, that's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. Yeah, Steel Samurai. That's what I was thinking of, Jamun. I suppose in between all those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. Burgers, yep, burgers too. And chase after criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly, more alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit. I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful info out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak to him about this. To who? To who? Lay it on me. Tell me the words I want to hear. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly. Oh, I love this song. When the high strings come, oh, right here. Oh, I love this song. And in like 30 seconds or so, the strings that hit this really mournful note, this really emotional note that I love so much. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? So we got the cello on the right side. Beautiful. Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. Right here. Right here. I love this part. God, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. This is maybe my favorite song so far. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea about that man's address. It's Baker Street! How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's... Oh, whoops. Sorry about that. There's nothing to stop us from going. Let's go! Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage. So we're to have a reunion already with the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Yes! Let me just examine the snowman. What a delightful snowman! Hee hee. I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. Looks a little creepy, though. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Aw. Surely the snowman wouldn't miss his. Insert Hisoka nutting gif. I've never shiny hunted, Jamun. I've gotten like 5 or 6 shinies throughout my life, but I've never shiny hunted. Examine the cart. That's a Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals. You're very well informed, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London. Well, then pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it. Wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good stone. No, I wasn't serious. Cute. Laundry. Interesting. I wouldn't really hang up my laundry in that location, but I guess you do what you gotta do. Damn, Susato. Okay, let's go to his apartment. Can we go? Yes. Sholmes is sweet. Can we really visit, do you think? Oh, pinch me. I'm sure I must be dreaming. Oh, anime?
Thank you very much.
It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day.
Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Beautiful. Baker Street does not look like that nowadays. Look at this. This is so cozy. I mean, there is a knife, but that aside. This place is a real-life tourist attraction and looks almost exactly like this. The dev team did their homework. Oh, that's so cool. JC staff? I see. Good sleuthing, Andres. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? The knife is accurate too? Susato-san. Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? I think Pro Pink has said, Susato is me. This is true. That's cool. I really like the accuracy then. The bullet holes spelling VR are also from the books? Oh, yeah, I didn't even see that. Near the top right there? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So, if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Cute! Please don't mind me. She's obsessed. Well, looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Jamin, I'm not playing Xenoblade Chronicles 3 on Wednesday, just so you know. But have a good sleep. Wednesday is Haikyuu. We're starting the Haikyuu playthrough. Or, discussions. Excuse me, is anybody home? Haikyuu playthrough. Do we have a visitor? Oh! Is she his assistant? Is she his assistant? Hello? Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello? They do have the same fits. Imagine if they were Haikyuu games, yeah. Wait. Aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. Or is Sholmes her assistant? Whew. You could have, Andres. And maybe I was doing that for you. I'll go and make some tea at once. She did say she had an assistant. But she also said, like, are you here for Mr. Sholmes? So, I don't know. I'm sure it's the same girl. Miss Susato, did you see the girl who was just there? No, she's vibing. Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. The King of Bohemia? King Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ornstein, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there. The tea's brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. It's you! I knew it! Susato-san recognizes her too. There you are. We don't need the flashback. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilded's trial in the defendant's antechamber. I like this song a lot. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Oh yes, it was challenging. Try this tea, it's my special blend, you know. Thank you. Is the tea supposed to look that color? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I wish you lots and lots of luck. She's sweet. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley. Do you? Hurley. Why do you have to start reading One Piece, Andres? Yeah, I understand why she's calling him Hurley. I just can't say I like it much. Yeah, I'm with Pro Pinkist. I don't like it too much. Hurley. Mr. Sholmes to you, surely. Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. Holmesy in the fans translation? Holmesy's better. I'm afraid Hurley's out on errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Andres, you should just read Haikyuu. You'll like it better. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after this trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, you think? I like Hurley? Hey, that's maybe I'll grow into it, MK. And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. God, the music. I live here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name, Iris. That name has a bit of a history with Ace Attorney. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? I'm sorry about my voice being that high. It won't happen again. What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? That's right, and what are your names? Thank you, MK. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. Wonderful to meet you. I was channeling Susato. I knew this was gonna happen? What are you talking about, Andres? I have no clue what you're talking about. Also, a bit of a crossover with... What's AITSF? Oh, AI the Somnium Files. Gotcha. Yeah, definitely accordion. Pink-haired girls called Iris. Very true. Susie? Runo? Oh, sorry, I didn't read that line. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. Your deduction just now. About before. Yes, what's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me. How did you know? That I was a lawyer and we'd just arrived in London, I mean. Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How'd you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson's proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. I knew that you were a lawyer, Runo, first of all. Yeah, the armband. Oh, and met you in the antechamber, true. But you said that we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and a travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. So I was reasonably confident that you have only just arrived in the country. We didn't put those away, have we? And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. Ah. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. Yeah, this makes sense so far. I assume it might be a Watson thing? The first victim was also had a name similar to Watson. I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. John H. Watson, yeah. Neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face. So I concluded that a prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It's obviously amused him. He told me he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. This man must be stopped. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Now, Runo has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit's called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Yeah, Sosaki's coping and seething. Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourself. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. Sholmes is a problem. Sholmes is a huge problem. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. Beautiful. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He is silly. This is true. He is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed to assert the certain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery. I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really good news. You could tell us about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please. Yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying. Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after a sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the scene. The great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. Sosaki-san said that he didn't see anyone else on the street at all, but it seems there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did he find? Or they find? A short, shifty-looking stooped man shivering in fear. Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did. He's a great detective. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh, Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case... Okay, thank you, Esper. I tend to just go with where my curiosity leads me. But, I will keep that in mind. I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Too soon for a trial? No time to prepare for the trial? Please, this is Ace Attorney. Yeah, and also I noticed that I think the crime occurred 2 days ago and the trial's tomorrow, so that is 3 days until the trial, and what, there were 3... In Ace Attorney originally, the original trilogy, there were 3 trial days? Or something, investigation days? Something like that. That might be a coincidence. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey. That's right, you were ever so helpful. Thank you very much. Not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this? So, Gina is part of this, somehow. She's associated with Herlock. Yeah, exactly. Ginny? Yeah, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. This girl's dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course, silly. Oh. Hurley? Oh, okay. I get what you mean now, Esper. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found the lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommates. I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. So she's 9? Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, they're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Iris just casually producing weapons of mass destruction, no biggie. Oh, I thought she said 10 this year, like as in 10 later this year. I guess I got that wrong. Yeah, okay, she's 10. My bad. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course, go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, and... Oh, you have a copy of Rant's magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories? That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness! Last night he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. I see. So you're the author. Yeah, she's the boss. She's the boss. I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm gonna call the latest adventure the Speckled Band. This is cool. The Speckled Band, that's certainly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in stories here and there. This time I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well. And of course, I know that the snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, don't you? I think, don't you? She's writing the canon IRL version of the books. Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. Like, is that what's going on here? So do you mean to say, are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in the Rants magazine not all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Susato-san's getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my real name is Wilson. My name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I'm a doctor of medicine. No, at least 10 years old? Or at 10 years old? At 10 years old. That's quite incredible. But... Dr. Wilson's an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for these stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old in tow. Wow, Susato. You need a moment to yourself? I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. Never meet your heroes. This is the same as when I found out Clifford didn't exist in real life. F. The face when your headcanon is invalidated. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Well, I expect Hurley's still investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? That blush spray makes me think of Pearl. Now that'll make me think of Pearl. Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Goody. In that case, give Gregsy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Okay. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust it won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. She's kind of sweet. Yeah, it could potentially be blackmail. The way that was worded... Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all, we headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. True, Propinkist. True. Okay, the first intermission, excuse me. Investigation part 2. I think I'll quickly go to the bathroom. I'm not gonna end stream, obviously, just yet. But once we get some music, I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom and come back. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect, so let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Alright. Let me just make sure I present this properly. Do you have a moment? Okay. Okay. I shall be right back, guys. I'll be right back. And we will continue in 2 minutes. Oh, alrighty. We are back. Hope you guys got a good stretch. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Don't wait for me to give it to you. Will you? sorry. Okay. What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well, an appearance fee. That's what it is. An appearance fee. Oh, I see. You mean... That's right, for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers a little financial reward for featuring me, every time. Oh, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course. Her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still, I'm sorry, Inspector. It must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. The music big bumpin', Andres. Prepare me for the Shadowbringers OST. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you need to know? Or want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind... We'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. The little knife-wielding Japanese, mustache Japanese fellow. He lives in the right old hovel. It's just over there, look. Okay. On the first floor of the house in the corner where that wreck of a bicycle is propped up. Oh, really, Andres? That's too bad. Is Shadowbringers OST better or worse than Stormblood's? I must ask Gregson the recipe for infinite fish and chips. He's got a black hole in whatever that little cardboard thing is. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garadeb? Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure to give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it, you tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. Well, at least he told us what he wanted to know before he left. Or what we wanted to know. Is it rolled up newspaper? I didn't even take a close look at it. That's really cool. I see, Propankus. Very nice. So then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? I think most people would say Stormblood, but they might be on par. Shadowbringers peaks higher. Cool. If they're on par, then I'm in for an amazing soundtrack, because Stormblood's is beautiful. Definitely. And no way those newspapers were clean. Okay, this is cozy. Interesting. Hello? May I help you? Yes, this must be... Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadeb? Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Saki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our clients. Beautiful. Nice has got the chip making tips. 350 Fahrenheit for 20 plus minutes. I'm hungry. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadeb. Yeah, I guess not. I guess not, Rogel. Or Rogel, excuse me. Health and safety, general respect for different races. Did you see that, Miss Susato? That was a real-life English maid. That's really interesting, Baguk. I know, as I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've arrived now, doesn't it? We need only to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete. Oh, it's Rogel. Okay. I'm not sure if I go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garrideb will see you now. This way. Oh, we got a waltz? Okay. Oh, we'll come across more, I'm sure, Sarah. Good day to you. John Garrideb at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwan, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. Does not this guy look like a moron to you? Oh, I thought you said moron. Like a moon to you. Yes, he looks like a moon for sure. A crescent moon? A sun and moon. I thought you said moron. That's so funny. The maid has a sprite I absolutely love. Very yin and yang, I like it. Loki looks like a moron too. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garrideb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I begrudgingly display it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Dash it all, woman, be careful! Dearie me. I do beg your pardon, sir. Wow, they have detail like that all over the place, accordion. Hey, Dave. Good day to you. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. I love how she doesn't change at all. So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs. Is that right? Yes, we'd be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware, so this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? I love their designs. Even had some famous detective poking around, you know. In this old house, would you believe? Oh? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Rant's magazine here, so... Hey? No. Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Sosuke-san's room. Let's go! I need to see Herlock before this stream is done. It's a bally nuisance, it is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss, it's jolly unsettling. Yeah, interesting way to stir the tea. Herlock. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the window at around that time? The window. Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garrideb household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? I need Herlock. No, sir, it would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well, yes, was there something then? It's nothing particular. Is she doing... She's hiding something. For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing! She's hiding something for sure. My dinner time, when I lived with my parents, my dinner time was always between 5:30 and 6 p.m. So that's what I think of as dinner time usually. But now these days, I tend to eat earlier than that or later than that. For the love of God, John, watch what you're doing! Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. A character hiding something in my Ace Attorney? Do be careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Really? Mr. Garradeb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was... Joan, dash it all! What is the matter with you, woman? Narrow odor. Begging your pardon, sir, nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan? That's right, Mr. Garradeb. Good memory proceeds to mess up Ryu's name. Yeah. What is the matter with these two? I kinda like them. It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. About Mr. Natsume. Please do tell us. The Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago, you see. There had been... Dash it all, Joan, do be careful. Okay, yeah, so this was me going to the second one first again. Sorry, Esper. If you want to know my opinion. I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Okay, this maid. What is... I've never seen someone more sus in my life. Oh, why? He seemed to have the most nervous disposition, always shaking, looking over his shoulder. That man had shady written over his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's gonna do something untoward. Yeah, more casual racism for you. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Oh, you can be sure she'll silence him. Yes, indeed there was. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Yeah, when it's about, what's his name again? Sorry. When it's about Soseki, you can be sure she'll be willing to tell us. No problems whatsoever. And she's dying to tell us. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard, excuse me. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is, more than anyone could have ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day without another living soul, or with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2. Being rarely wrong about anything opens the possibility about being wrong about rarely being wrong about anything. This is true. This is true. Yeah, Soseki is such a mood. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh, I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct? That's right, yes, they're both below us, on the first floor and street level. Then, how is that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precious times that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed. Precious, precise. Oh, she wasn't even stopping him from talking there. Something doesn't add up here. Yeah, I'd say. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor. The maid is a stalker? I don't know about a stalker, but something fishy's going on. And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there, even as we speak? Yes. Told me not his name, had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Yeah. Sun and moon. Sun and moon. The sun and moon imagery. Beautiful. Never misses. Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be willing to tell us more. Screen put there deliberately? Someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Is she going to be stopped? Yep. We do accordion. Me and Susato. Kindred spirits. Maybe let's not, Miss Susato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Alright. There's lots of broken dishes on the side there. Wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up? Looks like someone half demolished them to me. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way. It is Mr. Garrideb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful. Wait a minute, though. There are at least 10 cakes, naturally, and it would never do to waste the leftovers. Okay. How magnanimous of you to tidy up for him. Okay, I need to see Herlock. Please. Please. Oh. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountain of old books that are responsible for that. Right, Andres? It's a slow-paced game in that way. I think this game has 5 cases. I need to see Herlock, the desperation in your voice. I love him. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Yeah, they put all their stocks into this being a duology. Is that the window over there? Right to a brick wall. Well, it was the window, I think, yes. Once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garrideb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. Cat? What an adorable little cat. Funny story. Yesterday, I left my apartment to... I don't know what I had to do. I had to leave. I had to do something. But I just opened the door, and a cat was right in front of me. Like, just a cat just chilling there, trying to come into my apartment. And then I shut the door immediately. I'm like, what? Did I kick it? Hell no. Did I pet it? 2 types of people in this world. Did you kick it, and did you pet it? No, I shut the door, but because, like, I didn't want it to come in. I didn't want it to come into my apartment and, like, get used to it and all this stuff because I was sure it was someone had lost it. So I closed it and then inched my way out and then just looked at it. And it was very cuddly. I wanted to pet it, but I didn't because, I don't know, you never know. If it was a lost cat, I don't know. But I knocked on some doors and I eventually found its owner. And then I just walked in. So I think I did well, but I didn't pet it. I wanted to, trust me. It was so cuddly. What an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. I would have let it into my apartment. It's my cat now. It was a tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. Damn, Andres. Mike is a dog, not a cat. Interesting. Writing, it seems like. Oh, whoops. Candlelight up there. That looks like a bit of a hazard. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that. Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling. They're all works of English literature. And they all smell so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? The only cat I'd pet is Yistola, I'm afraid. I gotcha. What a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe, for me at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. So reading it is an experience that comes about once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. Just head pats? Okay, Andres. Okay, Andres, if you say so. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. That desk seems to be wedged into a crevice between the mountains of books on either side. As someone with 2 cats, I can confidently say that they are cursed creatures who will make your favorite character trip and break their neck. Oh no. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. Oh no. Yeah, where is Sholmes? I need him now. But I'm a bit distracted now that Kay's reminded me of one of the other best characters in the game and his untimely death. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every single night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Sholmes! Sholmes! Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of purchase, 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. 15 minutes before the incident, I think. Oh, that would be amazing, Andres. Get a cat named Pito so it claws at the Meruem? The lore behind that? That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. The second-hand book... Okay, good. When did he appear there? I was looking down and I look. When did he get there? Excuse me? He's just like that. I guess so. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. I legit didn't see him appear there at all. There he is. Where did he appear from? That's what I'm saying. He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I love it. Ah, you two, good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? The man is here. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Beria. Of course, the Beria. And let me see, what happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died tragically, but you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh, well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr... Oh, no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo. And Mr. Susato. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you for the follow. Ah, I lose the first round. So close. I'll give it to him anyway. In truth, I had hoped to invite you to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London, but some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to the crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short amount of time. I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It's a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. King, yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately, my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Holmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should only be too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Beautiful. I'm gonna quickly save. Someone just did a no-hit run of every modern FromSoft game. Good for them. I don't even want to think of the amount of work would go into that. Ah, okay, Esper. That's cool. Back to back, yeah. So Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, Sekiro, and Elden Ring. In that order? Release order? Yeah, that is crazy. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Saki Natsume. I can't do no hits in like 1 minute of playtime on any of those games. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, with the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume, yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato squarely in the face, in the eyes while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I'm not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, how? I assure you that I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. Did you just elbow that? Did you just get rid of that in your mind so it doesn't elbow at the good memories or the useful information? The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there's a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating to my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophily. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. No, never. Oh dear. Mr. Garadeb, the landlord? Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garadeb, a retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. Ah ha 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 ha. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so conversely, it was a good line, Nora. Whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken of their social standing, sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically, in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garadeb. Oh? Yeah, I think he's onto something. Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Well, the maid is as well. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am, as of yet, unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. Oh, there was a maid in the jury too, true. Yeah, juror number 2. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window. Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. I see, the answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Really? Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. Average university dorm resident, right? While the rich... I remember my university dorms. Better than this place, to be honest. While the rich open windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money, excuse me, how awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging. It might be, Andres. Honestly, it very well might be. And discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I would think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. That's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Finally done with class, and I'm greeted by my goat, Herlock Sholmes. I was waiting for him the whole stream, Offie Burker, and almost 4 hours we finally got to him. Me too, Nora. I really like the world building stuff. Something that's really interesting about this game in comparison to the other one is the setting feels so rich. I feel like I'm exploring a world. I feel like I'm immersed in the setting much more than I was in the original trilogy. And that's fine with the original trilogy. Like, it wasn't trying to be a setting. It wasn't trying to establish a setting focus. But I really like that this game is. Really, Ern? Toothpaste was once considered a luxury good and had luxury cost attached to it? Yeah. Well, I believe I've told you all that I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of the law? Or of law? You remember that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? It's right up my alley as well, Propinkist. To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure. On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly too. He's so sweet. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients, to trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea! I totally agree. So much of this game's identity is just straight up world building and setting informing the main meat of the story. It's really stellar, especially in how grandly it's presented. Totally agree. And there's a ton of integration of the setting into mechanics of the cases and even the themes. I love that. One of my favorite things about games, or one of my favorite elements of my favorite games, is integration in that way. And this is my favorite song. I love this song so much. My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but... Oh, those strings. Those strings make me cry every time. I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. That man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Okay. And one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. The sound of an adventure brewing up. So mysterious, so wondrous. That is Herlock Sholmes. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garrideb is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet, our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garrideb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I need Van Zeeks and Herlock in the same room yesterday. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. No, but I can't see him. No! All right, let's go question Mr. Garrideb. I want Van Zeeks and Herlock to make out. I mean, meet. Vanlock is a popular ship, even without them having met yet in the game. I totally get it. I couldn't look around Oratorio. The game wouldn't let me. Ah, you pair again. I already shipped them? I see it. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forgot his name, still hard at work down there? It would, Kingslayer. Clash of the Absolute Titans. Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Ah, yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. You said that before. Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you... For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bollywell doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you'd be so kind. This maid knows what... She's a sharp one. Beyond Kino Afi. I need them to interact in this game. In the duology sometime. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with the young foreigners like yourself. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadeb is hiding something, and since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. So examine the environment? Something's popped into my screen on the right side there. Whatever could that be, I wonder. Oh, I didn't... So earlier in the room before then, Oratorio, I didn't examine. That was my problem. I love this man. What's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes? Oh, I didn't screenshot. Damn it. I'll go back to the VOD and screenshot it. Oh, but I can't because my face will be in the way. Do it now? Sure. Perfect. We meet again, my dear fellows! Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir. At your service. Whatever were you doing by the window? The way he appears is honestly comedic brilliance. I love it so much. I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Guys, he's already S tier. He is already an S tier character. Well, keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's... Great mind? Wait, he's not talking about, is he... I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. Hell yes, we are. I think so. There's just enough time for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Garadeb, though it would seem you are a military man of considerable distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I've been able to draw by a careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Hold on, let me just put out a tweet. There we go. The game knows I love this song, yep. Surely you must have heard of me. He knows we need to get this in before the end of stream. That's what I was thinking, Pro Pinkist. Eh? And the second is that, as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look. The man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems like Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly... Oh, how could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? Best tweet, retweeting that. I had to. The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. He's the goat. He is the goat. He's the king. Hold on. I had to just do another reply to my tweet. Oh, man. Sholmes will save you. Love the gif, Offie. Ah! Very base tweet. That's the most base tweet I've ever put out, MK. And I know too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present the Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. The music? The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. I noticed that before. I may not be on Sholmes' level, but I did notice that. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might the beast take? Ah, for a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Aye. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garadeb, leads us directly to the answer. AJ, I think you're above Sholmes' level? I could never be. I appreciate it, Pro Pincus, but I could never be. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. The fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Does he have a slap mark on his face? What was that? He has like a handprint on his face. Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you would have imagined. Unironically, Andres, he's too good. A low ball. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well. Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Behind the screen? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Ah. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garadeb, at Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I made my point. The fearsome bitch Did I just say bitch? I did. The words mixed together and I said bitch. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Big Berry Circus? The fearsome bitch. Thank you for the follow. Beautiful. Beautiful. The miracle never happened. Hold on, let me add a quote. fearsome bitch. Now, Mr. Gerardeb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is invariably tangible. Oh no, it's not going to happen. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. Whoops. How does this work? So there are currently 11 quotes in that pool, Andres. So when you do quote, it'll do a random one from it. And I think if you do quote and a number, it'll give you the number. Amid fierce of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. I think you need a space, Andres. I think it's like this. Yeah, with a space. Nonsense, man. I simply... That's a great one. But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. Oh, I remember that one. There's a blue ball in the sky. Oh, man. Ah! For carloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? Oh, look at that. The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. The Tower of Cakes. There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There was only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. I'm sure. I'm sure. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Beautiful. I think he's an... What's the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea over me. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Gerardeb. I don't know, Andres. I think it should be in there in some capacity, but you can check. I imagine it's... I'm pretty sure it's there. Honorable mention, yeah. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too. I'm spilling them. Oh. Listening to Holmes' deduction, you go, King. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it again? Well, your deductions just now, do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it's the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? That makes no fucking sense, Mr. Sholmes. But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrideb and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that's where you're stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. My dear Miss Susato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on British soil, Great British soil, they're infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea, including lions. Oh, what a glorious notion! Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling this was coming. A slight massage. That's all Mr. Holmes' deductions need. You can do it. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. In case 2, when Ryunosuke said, Can you STFU for a second, Holmes? We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again from the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay. Oh, that makes perfect sense. Anyway. Okay, so I think it's actually behind the lion, right? Because the glance is right there, yep. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garrideb's reaction, it rather seems as if some beast did run amok in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? We must follow Mr. Garrideb's gaze. That'll lead us to the true answer. Oh. What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garrideb's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. The glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all, but no amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form. Wow. Wow. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, she certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Wow. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. It is a very cute photo. I wish I could see the original. Have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, that's an unusual design. It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. Yeah, Ryu was wild in there. What was he doing? So did the maid run rampant? That's the lion statue. The lion would prove to be a rather sweet companion. I think that's like a mouse trying to tell its family that the cat around the house is sweet. I suppose it is a bit of a flight of fancy, isn't it? Anyway, the beast we're looking for is something else. Let's have a look around. Okay. Oh, I guess... Okay, so... I don't really... This doesn't make much sense to me. Oh, crap. But let's present her.
Take that!
The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garadeb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and know the considerable horsepower they must contain. Ryu, please. Ryu. Good job, Sholmes. Oh, indeed. Surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. No, Sholmes. No. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late! The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Garadeb. Again, he's got the slap, the handprint. The chilling traces of a wild rampage is still very much in evidence? Well... Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Yeah, my voice went up at least 2 octaves. Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain with... Okay, this is what he said before. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There is no sign of a Mrs. Garadeb anywhere. Sholmes' peak characterness disappearing quickly? No, not really. I mean, he's shown to be very tactless before, and he's still very tactless now. It's pretty in character. It's fine by me. As the moment. I don't like those, but I obviously don't like those comments. I don't think they should be there, but I don't think they detract from Mr. Sholmes' character at the moment. But we'll see. Okay, there's no sign of Mr. Garadeb anywhere, but it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garadeb's wife would be. I mean... Is it not... It's just her. It's her. It's her. Two tightly shut eyes to avoid even the chance of a giveaway glance. Pursed lips to prevent any secrets from slipping out. Rounded cheeks to deflect any abuse that might be hurled her way. Yes, this is an unnervingly powerful woman, Miss Susato. It's your turn, a phrase that is unnerving, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know. Phoenix definitely said some out-of-pocket things. Oh, maybe... This camera, how does this work? Aha, the ring. There we go.
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does. The flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. Please stop calling her a beast. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garadeb's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Garadeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my. Word. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is the wife. Yes, my Joan. Rather... He deserves that. He deserves that. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, that you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though, in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garrideb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garrideb? Only in company, obviously. But listen here, this must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. The raging wife of Mr. Garrideb. Yeah, so what was with the carpet? Now, Mr. Garrideb. It is plainly clear to see that you have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, that in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel is being revealed by that supporting arm? Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garrideb's wife a beast. Yeah, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. Thank you, Susato. But Mrs. Garrideb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? How true. So perhaps that supporting arm does seem to be propping up his head. Has some other significance, then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrideb's pain is tangible. His pain is tangible. Oh, so it's a slap mark, right? There we go. Oh my, look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something. It's clearly made by someone's hand. Yes, Mr. Garrideb has been slapped in the face, it seems. Hard. I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say.
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel is revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade was you, Madame Joan Garrideb. Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ah. It's really good in these scenes, Dave. I love it. How the blazes? How did you work that out, man? Nothing else escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves, what caused Madame Garrideb to fly into a rage? And we need only follow the... Oh, she's looking to her right? The direction of your gaze to find the answer. Pile of bills? Okay, so it's not the bills. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now we've established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all the food... She's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Okay. So it's not the bills. Bookmark. Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Garrideb is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. Oh no, I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, oh, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark was actually a love note then. Okay. So, here.
Take that!
Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. As it should have. Oh crap, sorry. Perhaps the sender of this note, I'm a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. But I don't know the Bally woman. You don't know her. That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say. Hold on. Yeah, wasn't it addressed to James? That's right, that's what I've been saying. Ah! A likely story. Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at a secondhand place, and that note must have already been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I've been saying! A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. In case you've forgotten, my name is John. A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. Okay. Okay, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. What about the carpet, though? Yeah, so what happened there? What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Okay, the Tower of Cakes. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. She didn't eat the carpet, but there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. That's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mrs. Garadeb's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. So I'm waiting to conclude about Mrs. Garadeb, like to conclude with a certainty about what's going on with John. But I have a feeling that she might just be like that could easily just be considered as spousal abuse if that wasn't even addressed to him. Like if he's telling the truth, which it seems like he is. Let's see what we can see. As always with these things, as you play through them, you have to you can't make conclusions right off the bat. You see how it's executed, right? Okay. What? The Tower of Cakes. Circus handbill. I don't think it's either of these. The candlestick? Great Ace Attorney sucks? This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. It looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. One's missing? Oh, did that burn it? I didn't even notice. Yeah, I didn't notice either. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one of the one candle of the 3 missing from the holder? Yeah, I think the racism is taken seriously and handled very well. Very real, and it's obviously criticized through how it's presented. But this is, I mean, not a fan of this stuff. The way it laughs off, that sort of thing. The way it seems to. But hey, there's been much worse in Ace Attorney cases from what I've played. Okay, let's try this.
Take that!
To explain the dire state of the carpet, we need... okay, the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Oh, I didn't even see the candle there. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Garadeb's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room was in flames. Yes, For the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow, so you see there's but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Sholmes, sir, I salute you. Carpet scorched by a small fire. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know? Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good secondhand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my own novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material, for which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt... Here we go again. And the carpet, was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. So much wasted tea. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. That bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. I see. Over here, Mr. Garadeb. Well, you have nothing more to hide now. If you'll allow me... Had all my favorite novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, the book called The Lion's Pride. Truly a tragedy, Soul Samurai. Libraries and books and things like that being burnt and destroyed always makes me sad. One Piece, also. The Lion's Pride. Ah, yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. So Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again. Oh yeah, I can't even imagine MK. I can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage, flames everywhere, and the old stick in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? I'm not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think. That's interesting timing. But exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding below, outside your window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I assure you. The whole Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Oh, really? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, what can I do for you? Well, I think we've gotten to the bottom of Mr. Garrideb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? That's what I was thinking. I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man must be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. You did say that. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of two categories: those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already? If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it, no more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrideb. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Sosuke-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. Okay, I think we'll end here, as long as I don't get interrupted. I got interrupted. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a carrot. Oh, what's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garrideb's house. Okay. Okay, I need to stop right here. I can't do it. This is too much. There are too many... I can't fit this in the stream as well. This is going to open a whole new can of worms. Love the design. But I think I'm going to end right here. This will only last a minute? Okay, if it'll last a minute, then that's fine. Then I'll play it. I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking nimini-pimini? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What do you want about? Excuse me. What the... Who are you now? I'm sorry, it looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. A lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I've studied English law. Fine, I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet. Okay. Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? This guy's just quoting Shakespeare. I'm so sorry the camera covered his expression there. Let me turn off my camera for a sec. I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here, in the Garadeb residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garadeb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Yes, a gentleman named Natsume? Oh, more worthy a polemist in the battle of words ne'er could there ever be. Could there be? You don't, Coffee? Balderdash. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentleman, I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. Bye. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to the room. Okay. I'm back. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Garadeb house is certainly full of eccentrics. He seems kind of Sarakor? We'll see more of him next stream, I bet. I'll go and find a carriage. Yeah, this guy power-scaled Shakespeare. Beautiful. I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Hello, King. Okay. I just need music to play. It's you, you're here, you came. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. Perfect. I just wanted the music to play. So I could have something for my starting screen next Monday. I love how they draw his eyes, Andres. All right, people. We'll see more of him next time. What's the stream schedule looking at? So Wednesday we'll be doing Haikyuu. Friday we'll be doing the Hunter x Hunter chapter. Sunday we'll be doing anime reactions, and then a little bit of One Piece as well. There could potentially be a Final Fantasy XIV stream in there once again, but I will keep you guys posted on the Discord for that. But that's what it looks like. I hope you guys had fun today. Thank you so much for hanging out yet again in another wonderful Great Ace Attorney Monday. I can't wait to continue this game next week. If it comes out on time. I really hope it does, Andres. Friday, no One Piece, no. I can't fit it in on this Friday. It'll be next week. So yeah, that's what it looks like this week. Wednesday, Haikyuu. Friday, Hunter x Hunter chapter. Sunday, anime and One Piece. And then Monday, this again. And then Final Fantasy XIV, TBD. I need to still clarify things about that. But have a great start to the week, guys. Peak is on the way, Case 5, can't wait, Offie Burger. We'll finish Case 4 next stream, I'm sure. And yeah, I'll see you guys on Wednesday, or some of you guys on Wednesday, for some Haikyuu. Until then, have a good one, guys.